Alright. Let's get this going. Okay, that's better. I had my headset plugged into the wrong jack. Alright, so as the title implies, we're going to be doing a steel type only mono challenge. We're going to be playing shield because I've already actually finished sword. That's what I was playing the other day. Sword has my actual first playthrough of the game on it, so what do I want to name this? Let's just go with the standard. Yes. Now, with the Monotype challenge, you can only use Pokemon from whatever type you choose as your first type. Now, that does not include getting to the point of obtaining that type. It also does not bar dual typing. So as long as one of the two types is what you're doing the monotype of, you can use the Pokemon. Which is where you actually get the viability of certain types. Because certain types, if you were to try and do Pokemon that were exclusively that type only, you would have basically no pool to pull from. Because, using Ghost as an example, there are very few Ghost Pokemon that are strictly Ghost type. And even fewer that you can get in Sword and Shield. So, you would basically be stuck trying to beat the game with, like, 2 Pokemon. I'm doing Steel type, so the first Pokemon we're going to be getting that will become a main party Pokemon for the rest of the run is going to be Rookidee, because its fully evolved form Corviknight is Flying Steel. As soon as we catch a Rookidee, we will use nothing else but Steel types from that point on. Or Pokemon that evolve into Steel types. Now, to be able to do the challenge, you basically, for the Monotype challenge, you are allowed to use your starter up until the time that you get a Pokemon for your challenge. So, as soon as I get Pokeballs, I will be going to catch a Rookidee, because you can get Rookidee on routes 1 and 2, basically as soon as the game starts. Now, that being said, up until the point that I get the ability to catch other Pokemon, I will be forced to use my starter. However, I can only use my starter. Which means I can't use anything else. So, while I may be catching other Pokemon, I will not be using them in my party. They will all be going straight to the boxes. That being said, Steel type actually was expanded greatly in Sword and Shield, which is why I actually decided to do Steel type in the end. A lot of Pokemon's Galarian forms added Steel type to them. Most notably Meowth and Berserker, as well as a few others. So we will be going for them. Yeah. So this is Hop and our mom, who, you know, your mom actually does change appearance in this game to look similar to what you look like. So her hair color will always match whatever yours is, as will her skin tone. It's actually a nice touch. So Hop basically idolizes his brother, and, you know, reasons. So we're gonna come get this big clunky bag that was our dad's. And our beanie. Gotta love the beanie that we'll be changing out for other hats later on. So we have very little options right now. We do have 3 potions, an adventure guide, a fishing rod, and an armor pass. The armor pass is for the DLC, and I will not be going to the Isle of Armor for quite some time. I will eventually go do the Isle of Armor stuff as part of the Monotype challenge. During which I will get Cubfu, and that will be the only time I will use a non-Steel type, is when I'm doing the tower for Cubfu. Being as Cubfu will have to be used exclusively. There is a way I can do the tower without Cubfu and using a different Pokemon, using one of my Steel types. However, that requires me getting Cubfu completely off of the game, which means I would have to move it either to Pokemon Home or to my Sword. Which I could do, however, that would actually prevent me from getting Urshifu, which I do want to do. And we are going to be, after we finish this, an Isle of Armor and get the Urshifu and stuff, I will be restarting Shield multiple times in the future. As Sword is my main game for this generation, and will be the one that will eventually have my living dex on it. So I'm not really sure how they expect him to get lost on his way here. It's literally a straight path that there's literally no way for him to actually get lost. But, you know, Apparently it's a thing. Hello, how you doing? The beginning part of this is going to be fairly boring, unfortunately, because, you know, it's Pokemon, and the beginning is always 90% dialogue. It's unfortunately been that way ever since Gen 4. The first 3 gens were actually fairly quick to start, but they also were the generations that had the least amount of story, with Gen 1 basically not even having a story. I mean, the Team Rocket side arc was kind of a story, but not really. Yes, yes, pose and act like a moron. Let's move. Come on. Hurry up, Leon. So, for my sword, I used Grookey as my starter. In this case, my starter is completely irrelevant, because I'm literally going to be using it until I get Rookity, and then it's going in the PC and never being used again. However, that being said, we're going to choose Scorbunny simply for the fact that it's the fire type, and I don't want anyone else to have the fire type one, with Steel being my actual focus. Simply because I don't want my rival or the champion to have a guaranteed Pokemon that is strong against me. That is not the one I wanted. I was facing the wrong way when I pushed the button. That one. And again, the sole reason I'm choosing this is just so they can't have it. Other than that, I don't care about it in the least. I don't actually need it for anything. I do have a Scorbunny as well as Raboot and Cinderace on my sword already, so I don't need to transfer it or anything. There are certain Pokemon I will be trying to catch that are not Steel type, simply because I need to transfer them over to my sword to finish its Pokedex. They are basically the Shield exclusives. So, it's not really going to be a super big issue. For the most part, if I'm catching Pokemon, it's going to simply be because they're there and I want to, or because they're steel types that I'm going to be using. There will be very few Pokemon that I actually go out of my way to get. And as I said, they will be pretty much the Shield exclusives. One of them that I know I'm going to be trying to get is the Penguin Pokemon Eskew. As well as, Solosis, the lowest form of Ranunculus, the stupid little cell Pokemon. I know I need to get that one for my sword, so I will be going after them when I get to the point where I can catch them. I will be trying to actually catch at least one of them to transfer over. That being said, this is mostly just going to be me catching steel types and basically just beating the crap out of everything else. Also, Raboot is actually very good against Wooloo, simply because it can take advantage of its weakness to fire, and that is bad. Now, being as Wooloo is a normal type, it doesn't actually have a type weakness to fire. It does, however, have a weakness due to its ability being fluffy, which reduces physical damage, but increases its damage from fire-type moves. And I should get Ember there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Unfortunately, Ember's going to be basically useless here, because Sobble's a water type. Oh, wait, he chose Grookey. I forget, in this game, they chose the one that's weak against you, not the one that's strong against you. Barring, critical hits, I should win this. Also, get used to seeing that, because he says that basically the first time you use a super effective move in every fight you have with him throughout the entire game. He also has a unique dialogue scene like that, at if you get a critical hit, but we didn't crit in that fight. And that is basically all the more we're going to be using with Scorbunny. Now we get more dialogue. And another 5 minutes of story. And I don't know why I was running that way. I need to go over here and talk to my mom. Yes, it totally did. We've got to go save it. We really shouldn't, but we have to, because story progression says so. Now, at this point, we do not have Pokeballs, so I'm actually going to be avoiding battles just because I have no desire to use Scorbunny. There are a couple of scripted battles that we have no choice but to get into. And just to show it, my Pokeballs are completely empty, so I cannot get a Rookity yet. But, like, here, this is literally a completely scripted battle. You walk into the tall grass, doesn't matter where, you're gonna get in this fight. So, we're basically just gonna kill them as quickly as possible and move on. Our goal is literally to get through this as quick as possible and get to a Rookity as soon as possible. That way we can start training Rookity into a Corviknight to get our Steel type going. And again, the exclamation point there is literally a forced encounter. Because as you saw, I literally stopped and turned towards it. You can actually keep going in the actual game once you get past all this scripted stuff to avoid those exclamation mark fights. But these are actual scripted fights that I have to do. If I had Pokeballs, I would literally catch that Rookity right there and be done with Scorbunny forever. And again, a third forced encounter. This should be the last encounter in Slumbering Weld. Of course you didn't die, why would you? I should have used 2 embers instead of an ember and a tackle. Oh, of course, now it crits. Couldn't have done that the turn before, or the first turn. No, no, when literally breathing on it will kill it, you crit. Okay. That is also one of the Pokemon that I will end up transferring to my sword from Shield, is actually the legendary Zamazenta, because I do need one for my sword. Okay, so now we're in a fog, and this is Zamazenta, or at least a Phantom Zamazenta. Now, there's actually nothing you can do here. There is no way you can win. You can't fight. You can't really... Well, you can't hit him, and you can't run away from the fight. So, we're literally just going to stand here and, you know, basically just wait for the script to play out. There we go. That should be the last turn. came to save us. Yay. Now, you actually can try to leave and go that way without ever talking to your mom. However, they will eventually just redirect you back to your mom and won't let you advance until you tell her. Plus, she also gives you money, which will be useful to buy Pokeballs. So we can get rid of Score Bunny. Also, just as a note, I'm going to go ahead and jump on the internet and get a couple of mystery gifts, because I know they're a thing that exists. Should be at least one right now. Yeah. There's actually, I think, like 4 more mystery gifts I could technically get that require putting in codes, but I'm not actually going to worry about those right now. I'm going to get the wild area news, though, just to make sure that's fully updated. Alright. And now we have Pokeballs. So, the first thing we're going to be doing is going to Route 1. Because we can't actually get into Slumbering Weld again. So, we now need to go to Route 1, where we will go into the tall grass and get ourselves Rookity. Okay. And conveniently, there's a Rookity right there. I was hoping for a level 4 or 5, but a level 3 will work. Or Score Bunny could kill it like an idiot. Thank you, Score Bunny. You're useless. Please don't be level 2. I don't want to deal with a level 2 Rookity. More to the point, I don't want to deal with starting from level 2. Ooh, it has Unnerve. It's actually nice. Ooh, and it's level 4. Cool. Excellent. Okay, Score Bunny, you actually did something right for a change. Congratulations. Now I just need you to not kill Rookity here. Thank you. Now we just need to catch Rookity. Yay! Score Bunny's level 8 and learned Quick Attack and shall never be used again. Okay. We're gonna name Rookity Soaring Razor. Oh, it won't fit. Okay, fine. Drop the space. Because I actually really want that as its name. I forgot it has to be 12 characters. I was thinking it was 15. I don't know why I was thinking 15, though. Okay, so this is Soaring Razor. It's going to be our main Pokemon from now on. And because I don't really want to waste a potion, we're going to go back and have Mom heal our Pokemon. Because we're not that far away yet. Granted, once we're past Route 1, we will never come see Mom again. Until basically the end of the game. Okay, and we're off on our adventure. So we are now using nothing but Pokemon that either are Steel-type or their final evolution is Steel-type. And step 1 is to begin training Razor. Wow, that is a level 6. Where were you when I was catching Rookity? This is actually going to be a problem. Unless it continues to leer, and then there won't really be a problem. But with 2 leers, if it pecks and crits, we are probably dead. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Couldn't get away. Of course not. That's why we need to train Rookity. Run away. Okay, I was wrong. We're apparently going to go see Mom again because I don't have a way to revive Rookity other than seeing Mom. Okay, I need you to, you know, revive my Rookity because it apparently, you know, got one shot by another Rookity that was just bad. Since I hadn't actually gone over it before, that is something I will be doing that, I know some people have done when doing monotype challenges in the past that I've seen that I disagreed with. I will be using different Pokemon. I won't be just grabbing, like, 6 Rookity and running a Corviknight team. Or grabbing, you know, 2 Rookity. I won't have 2 Corviknights, 2 Berserkers, and, like, a Cubfant. I won't actually be using multiples of the same species. All my Pokemon will be different species. This could actually go poorly. I may need to switch. Yeah, please die. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm quickly going to heal Razor. And that's not what I wanted to see. The reason I went to the exclamation battle is because it can be a Pokemon called Blipbug, which is a bug type, and I would obviously be able to very easily beat it. Okay, this is not a good idea in any way, shape, or form. That's not what I wanted, but it may not be the worst thing in the world depending on its level. It's level 5, maybe. I'm at least faster. That could be bad. That's definitely bad. Okay, we need to run away. Alright. Let's get up here. I need lower level Pokemon, and all it's giving me is high level Pokemon. Yeah, I need to be able to fight level like 2s and 3s, and it's giving me nothing but like 5s. Hey, Blipbug, cool. That's exactly what I actually wanted to see. Thank you, game. I don't actually care what level it is. It's probably going to be a 2. Oh, nope, it's 4. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. I'm not happy that it has Struggle Bug, though. Also not happy that it's taking me 3 shots to kill a level 4 Blipbug. This Rookity is apparently terrible. I should probably have caught a different one. Those are not super great stats, although its HP is not bad. My guess is it's an HP-natured Pokemon. Nope. It has a quirky nature, so it is completely indifferent to all stats, its nature having no effect. Lovely. Let me in the Pokemon Center, you jerk. He won't, but, you know, because we have to come over here and talk to Leon. Balwark. So, that's Sonia. So, she's going to basically upgrade our phone a little. And now we have a Pokedex. And now we're supposed to go see the actual Pokemon Professor Esser on Route 2. Yay, random potion we didn't really need. Okay. Yes, yes. Shut up and let us go on with our business, Hop. Okay. So now we can actually heal our Pokemon, and we never have to go back to Mom again. And Score Bunny is going to be put in the PC. So Score Bunny's gone forever. Now, what we're going to be doing is buying... Unfortunately, we can't buy more Pokeballs right now. However, we're going to be, for later, buying a bunch of revives and potions. and this is simply because I want to have 0 money on hand. That way, if I do, for whatever reason, accidentally get knocked out, I won't lose any money by getting knocked out and having to rush to the Pokemon Center. So, what he tells us there, and why I talked to him, is he mentions the house in the distance that is the Pokemon professor's house with the purple roof. Okay. So, the other reason I wasn't worried about the fact that I'm not able to buy Pokeballs right there and didn't buy a bunch of them is Leon just straight up gives you 20 of them. Now, if you haven't caught a Pokemon before now, they will actually teach you how to catch a Pokemon. However, being as your mom gave you Pokeballs to begin with, you can catch a Pokemon before that, which will bypass the catching tutorial. Which is part of the reason, other than just getting the challenge started, that I wanted to catch Rookity on Route 2 instead of Route 3. Or Route 1 instead of Route 2, I mean. And that mostly being, I didn't want to have to see that interaction. Because it's just long, dumb, and drawn out, and completely unnecessary. Can we get back-to-back Blip Bugs? Sweet. All the Blip Bug fights. We're probably going to run into the Zigzagoon right there as soon as we get out of this fight, but I'm not super concerned about that. I mean, our main goal here is to get Razor built up. And having no money allows us to do that without having to worry about fainting accidentally. Nope, I was actually able to get away from the Zigzagoon. Cool. Another Rookity. Bummer. I was hoping for a triple Blip Bug. Now, Power Trip is an interesting move. The move gets stronger the more you boost your stats. On a low-level Rookity like Razor, it's almost completely useless because we have no way of raising our stats. We can lower the opponents, but we can't raise ours. So Peck is actually more efficient simply because it's stronger power and we have no way of raising our attack. If we could raise our attack or speed or something and boost our stats, it would actually make it better to use Power Trip. And this is actually bad. Because it should go first here. Yeah. Luckily it used Power Trip and not Peck, because Peck would have killed us. Now, hopefully this is a level 4 Blip Bug and we can finally one-shot them. Nope, it's level 5. Not sure we'll be able to one-shot it, but maybe. Nope. It'll struggle bug us then, but shouldn't do too much damage anymore. Yeah, it's not bad. And lowering our special attack is basically useless because we have no special moves. Okay. That is one of the things you have to watch out for in trying to grind in the games. Is the higher level your Pokemon is compared to the one you're beating, the less experience you will get from it. Hey, Lotad. Now, Lotad is actually a Shield exclusive. It's not a Shield exclusive I need on my sword, because I have gotten one from trading, doing surprise trade. However, it is a grass type, so it is actually weak against our flying move, which makes it rather good to run into. Now, the reason I'm actually grinding here is because I'm trying to basically get Rookity up to where our starter would be, which should be around level 9 to 10-ish at this point, if you've been fighting Pokemon regularly. So, unfortunately, we do have to grind a little bit because the Rookity we caught was level 4 and needed to be built up some. And didn't get the immediate boost from the scripted story fights that your starter does. Alright, and now we can actually make use of Power Trip by using Hone Claws first. And this is a trainer that you can't actually avoid. I mean, I literally just ran like 3 steps forward there and was making sure I was right by the wall. He is literally your introduction to Pokemon trainer battles outside of your rival fight. So now we're gonna Hone Claws twice and then Power Trip. Maybe only once. He did hit pretty hard. We'll Hone Claws one more time. We'll do it twice. He hit pretty hard, but I can always potion if I need to. I should be able to take one more tackle. So now I will Power Trip just to show how strong it can be based on the boosting. Oh, it also crit, so that thing really stood no chance. Unfortunately, that also means we now have a little bit of money, but it is what it is. Ran into a Nicket. Oh well. Now, Hone Claws is actually very good for Power Trip because it raises 2 stats at the same time. So, if you can get 2 Hone Claws off and then start Power Tripping, it's basically the same as if you raised your stats 4 times. I'm gonna once again Hone Claws to a Power Trip, just because I can. Now, it's significantly lower level than me and has no boosting, so its Power Trip is basically garbage. Part of that is our level, part of that is because I'd used Hone Claws once, but that is actually why Power Trip is so strong, is for early game, is because a lot of the wild Pokemon will use stat affecting moves rather than damage moves. So it allows you time to boost your own stats and then basically just destroy them with Power Trip. Yay, Lotad. That's what I want to see. Okay. Good crit. So, the downside to doing this is we're eventually going to have to go back to town, because I'll eventually have to restore PP. Granted, that'll be after we've restored PP once before that by using the Pokemon Professor's house. After we see Magnolia, she automatically heals us before having us do a Pokemon battle. We're going to ignore her right now and fight her on our way back up to town rather than right now. Simply because I have no way to avoid fighting him. Granted, his Blip Bug is not going to be an issue in the least. However, his second Pokemon could be potentially problematic. Because a level 7 Nickit has the ability to be very dangerous. With the fact that it has quick attack and the ability to reduce our defense. As well as we don't really have a strong way to take it out quickly. Because we're gonna have to 3-shot this Nickit without a crit. Or we could get a crit, that works too. And now Razor is basically where Score Bunny would be if I had just ran through here and done a medium to minimal amount of training. And now we have Repel. Hi, Magnolia. Come on. Get through the dialogue. I will never complete the Pokédex. I will on my other game, but not this one. I will eventually have the Galar Dex complete on Sword with a complete living Dex, but Shield shall be my streaming game for when I want to do challenges and such. So also, this is what Magnolia's house looks like. This is actually Sonia's room, oddly enough. With Magnolia not really having a room. There's also this guy who I've never figured out what he's for. This way. Yay, we got a great ball. Pretty sure Liu's planning on giving us the endorsement no matter what, so this battle's kind of pointless. Now, I am going to be setting up a couple of Hone Claws and Power Tripping this fight. So, I'm actually going to use 3 Hone Claws before I start Power Tripping. The reason I'm doing that is because he has a tendency to growl with Wooloo, and I want at least 2 attack boosts. Okay, good. I've got 2 attack boosts and 3 accuracy boosts right now, so I technically have 5 boosts raising Power Trip. So I should basically be able to Power Trip one-shot both his Pokemon. Grookey might survive, but if it does, it'll be just barely. Nope, I got it. Yeah, so that's the actual power of Power Trip. Unfortunately, my Rookity apparently has terrible defense EVs, or IVs. And his Rookity is basically a non-entity for this fight. Because, honestly, it's a level 5 Rookity, and you should easily be able to take it out no matter what your team is. Now, I'm going to say right now, even in my normal casual playthroughs, I usually overtrain a little. In a Monotype challenge, because I have done them before on the older gens, I usually overtrain a little more than I would normally, simply because Monotypes can be very difficult. The 3rd gym in particular, I will be heavily overtraining for, because I know it's the Fire gym, and it's going to be very difficult for me to beat the Fire gym with Steel types. Same thing with the Ground gym. I will be overtraining heavily for the Ground gym, and most likely relying largely on Razor, simply because Razor will have the ability to avoid ground moves with its flying dual type. Now, I will tell you, I do have most of the Pokemon for my party planned out. Obviously, I'll have Corviknight. I do plan on getting a Meowth and having Berserker. I'm also planning on having a Caparajah, the evolved form of Ufant, the elephant Pokemon. Then I will most likely grab a Stunfisk. So, I'll be grabbing that. And other than, and then I will be getting a, I can't think of the lowest, Honedge. Honedge is going to be the most difficult one for me to get where I want, simply because of how you have to evolve it for Aegislash. And I'm not sure if I will go with a Excadrill yet or not. Simply because I know exactly how strong Excadrill is, and I'm not sure I really want to run something that blatantly powerful. But so obviously I have a couple of Pokemon in mind, as I said. I've got, Corviknight, Berserker, or Copperajah, a Honedge, and then if I can get one early on, I'm thinking I'll try to get and run a Duraludin on my team. And then, as I said, I'm not sure if I'll do Excadrill, or what I'll use for my 6th Pokemon. I have an idea of what I want to use for it, but at the same time, I don't have one currently, and it would be very exhausting for me to get one quickly. By which I mean it would actually be physically exhausting for me to go get one. Simply because the last one I really kind of want to run is actually the Pokemon Go exclusive Pokemon, Melmetal, the evolved form of Melton. But that requires getting a Melton, getting 400 Melton candy on Pokemon Go and evolving it there, and then moving it over to Pokemon Home and transferring it to Shield from there. So it's very exhaustive doing that, being as I would have to actually go out and use. I'd have to move a Pokemon over to my Let's Go Eevee or Let's Go Pikachu to activate the box to get Melton to spawn. And then I would literally have to go out and hunt down a bunch of Melton to get the candy I need. And I'm not sure I really want to do that. So I'm not sure if I will actually use Melmetal or if I will use something like Excadrill or possibly maybe Escavalier or something, one of the other steel types I can get in game. Although I'm not sure I can get Escavalier in the game, because Escavalier and its lower form Carablast may actually be Shield or Sword exclusives. I don't remember if Shelmet is the Sword exclusive or if Carablast is the Sword exclusive. One of them is, the other one's actually, they may not be exclusives in this game, but I'd still have to trade it to evolve it, which is the problem. We also now have versus where we can, do versus battles. I won't be doing it because obviously, you know, my Pokemon are not suited for that in any way, shape, or form. So, our Pokemon are fully healed, however. So, we do have all of our PP back and everything. Our defense is very lacking right now. But he's also telling us how to avoid it seeing Pokemon on and get their attention. Pushing the left stick to whistle is actually how you get the attention of flying Pokemon. If they're flying up in the sky and you can't get to them. Now, since we're full health and everything, I want to come battle her before I start fighting any wild Pokemon or anything. So, now, I could Hone Claw's Power Trip this, but honestly, the level 6 Choodle is not going to be a problem at level 11. So, I may actually also fully on stream, of course, just so no one can say anything about me, you know, cheating to switch in a better Pokemon. Move Razor over to my sword, simply so I can check its IVs, because I'm curious what they are. The reason for needing to move it to sword to do that is simply you don't get the judge function to check IVs till after you beat the main story, at which point it wouldn't do me any good. Granted, it's not super... Why did I think this was a good idea? Run away. Why did I think fighting a Yamper was a good idea? But, so it's not until after you beat the main story that you get access to the judge function, which means I basically have to... Hey, a Purlion. I'd have to basically have everything done except post-game and Isle of Armor before I could figure out what my IVs on Razor are. It sand attacked me. Interesting. Now we could totally counteract that with Hone Claws, but honestly pecking it's going to be faster. Because it's still accurate enough to not worry about one sand attack. I may Hone Claws Power Trip this depending on its level. If it's a level 6 or 7, I'll probably power trip it. That's a 5. Probably gonna have to 2-shot it with Peck, but we'd have to 2-turn it with... Yeah. Yeah, and we'd 2-turn it with Hone Claws Power Trip anyways, so it's the same aim no matter what we do there. But if I do end up deciding to check IVs, I will have it be fully on stream and completely recorded, just for verification that I didn't, you know, do any altering of it or anything. I won't, you know, raise it with a bottle cap or anything like that on my sword. Let's go in. Let's walk into this random person's house and start talking to people. Because, you know, this is the Pokemon world, and just, you know, entering random strangers' houses is perfectly fine. Yeah, see, he says it's a race, but, you know, you can't actually physically beat him. This is also a berry shop, in case you're curious. So, I'm actually gonna buy, like, probably 10 oranberries, just for the sake of giving them to Razor right now. This is mostly just because it will help keep him alive a little. That's not what I meant to do. I forgot it was going to heal if I did that, but whatever. Oops. Accidentally used an oranberry. And we got a Pokédoll, so we can now escape battle once. And this is a clothing shop. They really don't have that much in the way of selection right now. But... And I honestly already know what I'm going to be wearing for my main thing. So, I will be changing my outfit later, but it won't be for a while. Actually, before we go to the station, let's go to the Pokemon Center and heal up. Now, we are going to get in a better position here soon. Being as once we get to the wild area, I will be able to actually get more Steel-type Pokemon. Also, he gives us TM-40 Swift, which is nice, but not super useful. And then Hop's mom shows up along with our mom. Because, you know, reasons. And we get a set of camping gear, so we can now go camping and make curry, and yay! Now that is one thing I don't plan on doing on either of my games. I will never, and I mean never, go out of my way to complete the curry decks. That is not a thing that is ever going to happen. I know there are some minor camping rewards and a few other things that you can get from unlocking various amounts of different curry types, but I have no desire whatsoever to spend that much time making curry. So, I will be collecting berries and stuff, and I will periodically be making curry, being as I can use it as a way to heal my Pokemon. Also, I'm going to grab 2 Pokemon here that I'm not going to use, and I am going to immediately throw in my boxes once I get to a point where I can. Because if you have Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee save files on your user, and I do mean your user, not just the system, but your user. If it's someone else's save file, it doesn't count. Because, like, my wife never played Let's Go Eevee. She only ever played Pikachu. She cannot get this Eevee. So, she does not get the Eevee unless she actually puts in Let's Go Eevee and creates a game file on that game. However, I am going to grab Eevee and a Pikachu here. Because I did play both of them, so I actually can get both Pokemon here. We are never going to use either one of them, but I wanted to grab them just for the sake of grabbing them, because they are able to Gigantamax. Now, she will give you 5 Pokédolls. The reason I grabbed those is in case I accidentally run into Pokemon that I can't deal with. Now, that being said, there are Pokemon that I cannot deal with because they are just going to be too strong. This lady actually will heal your Pokemon. So, there is a place to heal here. You don't have to push to town to heal. And welcome to the wild area. So, she's decided to go on another adventure of her own to do research and stuff, and we'll be bumping into her periodically. So, you know, she's researching Dynamaxing and stuff. She also tells us about the raid battles and gives us a link box, or a box link. So now we can access the Pokemon boxes anywhere we are, so that's going to allow us to put Eevee and Pikachu into the boxes right away. Now, there are a couple of Pokemon I want to go try and find and catch in the wild area before we move on to Monotype. But first things first, let's get rid of Eevee and Pikachu. Okay, now we're good. We're back down to the steel-only Pokemon. Granted, as I said before, Rookidee is currently flying only. That Onix we cannot fight. It would completely waste us. Also, this is, you know, the den for raid battles. Now, I'm probably not going to really be doing these unless... I'm going to be checking them, but I won't actually be doing them unless it's Pokemon that I actually want. Also, get used to seeing us pick up random notes for a little while. Because that happens while you run around the wild area for a little bit. Fighting. Hey, look, a Vespa Queen. Rock and Rolla. Unfortunately, there's no Pokemon in this area that I want to catch. I'm going to have to actually go to a much deeper area. It's Trapinch. Also, just to get that out of the way. That is one thing you don't really think about missing until you start a new file, is the bike. I swear I saw another shiny point. No, must just been the one. The reason I'm grabbing that stuff is for money purposes. Cool. This is what I was looking for. Granted, these aren't the Pokemon I'm looking to catch, but this is the area I was looking for. Because I want to do a little bit of training. Because you have a very hard time catching Pokemon that are higher level than you. So I need to get Razor trained up so he's a higher level than the Pokemon I want to be catching. Now, Oddish is not super great for this because that. It's Mega Drain. It has Mega Drain at a fairly low level in this game, as well as Acid, which are both very powerful moves for low-level Pokemon. Now, I'm going to be going ahead and getting rid of Leer for Fury Attack here, simply because, honestly, I will never be using Leer. Now we're going to Potion Razor back up, and then give it another Oranberry. Too far. Because that Oranberry literally saved our lives. I'm not actually doing any battling. I might later on. For right now, I don't know if I can actually beat this Lombre. The main reason I'm not doing any battling with anyone, regardless of where they are in the game, is simply because I'm running this as a Monotype challenge. So the only Pokemon I have right now is Rookity, simply because its fully evolved form is part Steel. And I will be using nothing but Steel-type Pokemon. Well, I do have my starter in the PC box. It's level, I think, like 8. And completely useless. So I don't really have anything to battle with. I do appreciate that, and if you want to check back in the future, once I'm farther in the game, I may do battles, just to see how my team fares versus other people. But for right now, it's simply I just don't have the Pokemon to do so. Oh, I have Hone Claws and Power Trip on Rookity. Okay. I was hoping for more orange berries out of that tree, but whatever. It did get me back up to the 10 I bought, so I have technically used 0 orange berries at this point. He's only at 26. He's fine. Mirror Lombre. That's actually a little excessive. You probably actually would have only needed 4 or 5. 6 is actually a little excessive. But yeah, there's Hone Claws and Power Trip. I'm actually curious to see how that works versus Lombre. Curious if I can do 2 Hone Claws and then kill it with Power Trip in one shot. Might need 3 though. Luckily, the wild Pokemon are idiots and don't know how to actually battle. Okay. Let's see if 2 Hone Claws is enough for Lombre or if they actually require 3. Nope. Actually probably need 4. Alright, thanks for stopping by and for dropping the follow. Good luck finding somebody to battle with. Why do all of the grass Pokemon early game no healing moves? So annoying. Also, why do they all know Mega Drain? Jesus. No reason to have level 10 to 15 Pokemon knowing Mega Drain. It's just unnecessary. There we go. There's another Lombre. Oh, this one's only level 13. And using water gun. Wow! Screw you too, game. I was gonna say, I swear to God, if it double crits to kill me, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, let's see if we can get some more orange berries from this other tree. Pecha, Chesto, Battle. I may catch the Cherubi just because it is the rare spawn from the tree. Nah, you could have hit once or twice more. Ew. That's not good. Really? Double crit? Okay, you know what? Pokeball. Just get caught. Jeez. Screw you too, Cherubi. Okay. And now Cherubi gets to go to the box. Other than I am massively under-leveled to fight it, I would actually fight that Vileplume. am going to go heal by the station. Minichu. I mean, Sinu, or how we pronounce this thing's name. Oh no, baby doll eyes, we're screwed. Granted, that baby doll eyes may make us actually have to 3-shot this instead of 2-shot it, but yeah. Yeah, if it hadn't baby doll eyes, we could have 2-shot it. Oh well. Yay, jar of honey. Yay, another jar of honey. Yay, Sonya. Okay. Heal my Pokemon, please. Okay, so what's in the raid den over here? Grubbin. Okay, so there are 0 raid battles in this area that I want to fight. Oops, ran into Stuffle. Oh well. That is one of the good things, ow, about the wild Pokemon. Here is a lot of them are actually weak to flying. So, Rookity can actually do decently versus most of them. The fact that this thing is spamming Brutal Swing, however, is a problem. I know Stuffle has other moves besides Brutal Swing. That is going to kill us. Oh, wow, that Stuffle was just harsh. Oh no, I dropped money.
thanks. Let's work on training a little more before we go fight those Stuffles again. Yeah, it's better. I am surprised that Stuffle was actually that strong, though. Okay. Now, the entire reason I caught that Coombi is to be mean with it later. I fully intend to use that, Coombi to surprise trade, and stick somebody with a male Coombi that can never evolve into Vespiquen just because I'm a jerk like that. Definitely don't want to fight that thing. That's Tyrogue. It's also hailing. That does not actually surprise me in the least. Okay, and now we're immediately getting rid of Fury Attack, even though I just technically taught it, because Fury Attack actually sucks, and Pluck is infinitely better. Sure. Helpful, but not super useful right now. Now, the reason we're actually coming down around this way is because there are Pokemon over in this area here that can actually be useful to us, because we actually can catch steel types over in this area. As you saw, there was a Bronzor and Bronzong, both of which are steel type, and I could use. Neither one am I planning to use currently. Come on. Of course. Another Cherubi. Wow, that's surprising. Usually it's Scovid that fall from these trees. I'm surprised we've gotten 2 Cherubi in a row. Magical Leaf. That's gonna just one-shot me. Wow, that was just harsh. Okay, that was very, very harsh. Okay, so with that, I'm actually going to take a quick break, being as it's been about 2 hours, to grab something to eat and another drink. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back. Um, that ended up being a much longer break than I intended. I got um busy talking with my wife and my mom about tonight's plans for the 4th and dinner and fireworks and all that stuff. So, that ended up being a much longer conversation than I'd originally planned when I took my break. Okay, so let's head back over to where we were and see about not getting murdered in one shot this time. And maybe actually catching our second Pokemon. Okay, unfortunately, we can't get any of the berries from the tree right now. Because since we got into the fight, it basically counted it as having the fight done. Okay, is what I want gonna spawn? Okay. Yay, TM81 Bulldoze. Completely useless move because I won't teach my Steel-type Pokemon ground moves. Okay. So... now I need to see if I can get what I want to spawn. The problem is it has like a 1% spawn rate. And it may actually be weather dependent. I'm also not sure I can catch it if I do get it to spawn. Let's avoid the Steelix because I know I can't fight that thing. Okay. Come on. Give me what I want. Okay, well, let's... okay, let me double check online, on here to see if it's actually weather dependent or not. let's see, it's currently raining, so let's see. It can appear as a wild special overworld encounter, which means it'll probably be too strong for me to actually catch it. But again, it also has a super low spawn rate. Come on. You know you want to spawn. Alright, fine. We'll go this way and change areas entirely, and then come back and see about spawning you. So let's not run into the Corviknight, because I know I can't fight that thing. Okay, let's get some berries, and then we'll head back and see if I can actually find what I'm looking for. Okay. I wonder if it didn't spawn because I had too many overworld special spawns up already. Maybe if I actually stay over here so I don't spawn the ones on that side, it might come up. Nope. Dang. Come on. Bummer. Well, I know I can get one later, but it's a lot later, and I really wanted to actually get one here so I could have it early game. Very strong looking Lombre. That's not good. Yeah. Can't run away, so probably gonna die. Yep. And we're one shot. Oh well. Oh no, I dropped more money. It's the end of the world. Okay. Well, that That's disappointing. Pokemon over there are probably going to be too strong for us to actually deal with right now. Yeah, one more. There's at least 2 orange berries. It's good enough. Alright, let's head over here and see what we have in these dens, since I haven't checked the one on the other sides. I haven't checked the ones on the other side of the river over here yet. Whooper. Ghastly. Let's go move it. Okay. How dare you bite me? Do I not have an orange berry equipped right now? And they took all the cherry berries. I'm not worried about that. That is unfortunate. Okay. There. Okay. Really wish I had some citrus berries. Okay, well, I think we're gonna go to Motostoke and advance the story farther. because I'm actually getting a little strong for the story. That and I'm actually getting to the point where the Pokemon to actually give decent experience without me having to fight the ones that are significantly stronger than I can actually handle. As evidenced by the Stuffle here, which should be like 15. Oh, it's actually only 12. I can probably actually kill this one. Oh, plus it's using Baby Doll Eyes instead of Brutal Swing like the last one did. That, and I didn't have Pluck for the last one either. But wow, it's going heavy attack reduction. Okay, I'm actually gonna Hone Claws here to get my attack back up a level. That way I'm only down 1 level instead of 2. Although I'm now down 1 attack level and 2 defense levels. Well, I do have an increased accuracy. Not super helpful. Less than 1%. Okay, that wasn't actually horrible. Let's see about this Stuffle, being as it did 0 attacking moves. It was all just stat reduction. Alright, let's actually Hone Claws a couple of times. That could be a problem, but I'm gonna Hone Claws one more time. Power Trip actually, while boosted here, is not going to be effective simply because it's a fighting type. Yeah, that's going to hurt. So, I'm actually going to Pluck here. The Hone Claws was purely to raise our attack power. It had no bearing on me using Power Trip. It was not a setup for that this time. It was just a setup to be able to two-shot Stuffle. Sure, we'll fight Bonsweet, why not? And destroy. I don't actually remember what level Rookity evolves at. I want to say it's 18, but it might be higher. I was looking for. I know I checked one that had a ground Pokemon that I want to fight. And you know what? I'll fight the Grubbin. Why not? I know I want to do 1 or 2 of these before I go to Motostoke. Now, I have no intention of Dynamaxing Rookity right now. I am simply going to Hone Claws like 4 times. And then simply use Power Trip. Okay, I may actually Power Trip next turn. Wow, back-to-back crits. That's impressive. Okay, let's go ahead and Power Trip. Not quite enough. Although the fact that it had used, or the fact that it had nullified the stat boost could be why. The fact that it did do 1 nullification of the stat increases on the previous turn may be why I didn't finish it with Power Trip the way I thought I would. And of course, as with all the other Pokemon, I won't actually be using this if I successfully catch it. It will simply be going in the PC. Yay. Nothing really useful, but the experience candy's nice for later. After I do a couple of these, I will probably use the experience candy to get Rookity up to probably around 20 or 25. Mostly just so I know I'm slightly overpowered. Because the gyms I know I'm going to need to be a little overpowered for. Simply because having only 1 or 2 Pokemon versus the gyms is going to be difficult. And since it's a fighting type, I'm not going to try and power trip it because it's not going to be very effective. I would have to, like, probably quad, if not sexta boost. And I have no desire to use 4 to 6 Hone Claws just to try to one-shot this thing when I can just Dynamax and hit it with Max Airstream. Congratulations, you tried to max strike a ghost. Good job. The good thing about this is that going into a raid battle automatically heals the Pokemon and restores their PP, so it's also useful for that feature. Nope. Once I get to the Isle of Armor, I will be getting max mushrooms once I get to that point in the story of Isle of Armor, so I can make my Corviknight Gigantamax instead of just Dynamaxing. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on. Because I know on the upcoming routes there's a couple of Pokemon I want to catch for actual use on my team. Because I know Route 3 or 4, I think, is the first occurrence of Meowth. And then, actually, I'm curious if I can go find something real quick. So, I'm actually gonna save here, because, honestly, I've not saved in hours. I'm not sure I'd saved at all, actually. That might have been the first time I've saved this. And I have no desire to start completely over. So, we're going to be dodging basically all of these Pokemon. Great Ball. Because we don't really want to fight any of them. And if I do accidentally run into one of the big ones, I have Pokédolls for it. I do want to shake these trees, though. Although, if I get up to 6 berries, I'm going to stop on all of these trees. Wow. One shake, and then an attack. Okay, yeah. So, we are literally just going to Pokédoll this. Because I know there's no way we can actually fight this thing. Okay, they took the Oka berry. I'm fine with that because it got me a citrus berry, which is what I'm actually looking for from these trees. Okay, there's another citrus berry, which again is what I'm actually looking for because these citrus berries, the citrus berry will heal 30 HP, so it'll basically be a full heal for Rookity. I'm not sure if I will actually be able to fight and catch Pokemon up here in the area. But what I'm going up here to look for is Honedge. Which is a Ghost Steel type. And is the Pokemon that looks like a sword. And fully evolved is fully evolves into Aegislash, which honestly I've never actually used an Aegislash before, but I'm kind of curious to use one. All the leaks. Okay, there's its evolved form, Doublade. Pumpkaboo, Stuffle, Wobbuffet. That is an Unpheasant. More Stuffle. Choke, Pumpkaboo, Stuffle. More Pumpkaboo, more Stuffle. That's actually Hammerlock City there on the right. We can't actually get into it right now. Gorgeist. citrus berries, but still. Okay. Uh, don't remember if I can get it here right now or not. I think I can. Okay. What's the weather like in this area right now? Overcast, maybe? Yeah, I'd probably go with overcast. Yeah, so, so Honedge isn't actually here right now because of the weather. I would need a snowstorm or I believe fog. Yeah, fog. So, yep. I need either fog or a snowstorm. Neither of which I have right now. Because it's currently overcast here. So I can't actually get Honedge right now. Not without changing the weather, which means I'd have to go in and change the date and time on my Switch, which I don't do. So that sucks. Well, crap. I could, while it's overcast, look for Clink and use Clink. Although, I mean, he's a straight steel type. Field. What's that in right now? Sunny. I think that's sunny. Yeah, it's overcast. That's, I want to say normal weather. It's either normal or sunny. I don't think that's the intense sun icon. I want to say that's just the normal. The intense sun icon has a circle in the middle of it, so this one is intense sun right now. So that's just got to be normal on Bridge Field. So I could go look for my Koufant right now, because he is in Bridge Field. The problem is he's like super low %. And I don't think I could actually catch him right now, because I think their minimum level is like 23 or something. And I don't think I can actually catch Pokemon that high. I think I can only catch up to 15 right now. But since it's the wrong weather to get Honedge, let's go look for Koufant and see if I can get my Koufant. I should not be running through the tall grass like that. I should also not be going near that Corviknight. I know in just standard default normal weather, Koufant's, I want to say like a 5% spawn in the grass on Bridge Field. It's super low %. Yeah, I may want to just move on and come back out here after I get a gym badge or two. Let's try and fight Thievul. Nope. Okay, never mind. But that'll at least take us back, and we can just go to Monostoke from there. Honestly, I'm just gonna have her take me to Monostoke this time. welcome to Motostoke. Now we get more story, which means more dialogue and joy. I hope you like mashing through text for a while, because that's what we're going to be doing for a bit. Also, we'll quickly make a league card just because. Update the current one. Do we want to print this one? Probably not. Make a new one just because I know I don't really want the default background. Quickly go through all of these just to clear them out from saying new. I'm actually going to be going with this one. So some of these require specific saves. This one you get for having a Let's Go Pikachu save on your account. This one is for Let's Go Eevee, and this one is for I can't remember the Pokemon game. It's another free-to-play Pokemon game on Switch. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. We're going to be using this one, however. And I'm actually going to put him there, about that size. Yeah. Come on, get the right size. There we go. Okay. And pose. Personally, I'm partial to that one, but for this, I think I'm going to use this one. And expression. I want... Honestly, I think I want this one. Yeah. Now, I'm going to go with the matte coating because, honestly, I hate the clear coating shine. Also, we're going to talk to Nurse Joy here for the sole purpose of setting this as our respawn point if we die. Also, what she told us there about Wedgehurst Station will, basically, if we go back to Wedgehurst Station now, we'll be able to get a, Galarian Slowpoke. However, I have no desire to do that at the half second. I'll most likely do that once I have access to the flying ability, which is, you know, the Corviknight taxi. But, until I have that, I probably won't head back there. I am going to actually do two things, however. the first thing I'm going to do is go back into the Pokemon Center and go to the store here. So first we're going to clear all of the word new off of everything, because those exclamation points annoy the crap out of me. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to sell all of our treasures, so we have some money built back up. Alright. Now we're going to talk to the other guy here and say bye, so we can get some heal balls. The point of the heal ball is, this is also the first game where they made it so if you buy 10 Pokeballs of any kind, you get a Premier Ball. Prior to this, it was only for regular Pokeballs. At least originally in Gen 6, I believe, they made it include Great Balls and Ultra Balls. If it wasn't Gen 6, it was definitely Gen 7. However, in this one, it is any of them. And then we are going to spend 3,000 on our hair, because we have access to a lot more styles. And I fully intend to change the hair entirely. I just wanted that as the default. So I'm going to go with long hair because honestly that's what I prefer. And for this, we will be changing this again later because honestly the options I want aren't available right now. But I'm actually going to go with I think gold. My actual hair color and my sword hair color is black, but sort of. It's actually not really black, but it looks black. I'm actually gonna also leave my hat off. No, because I'm not done yet. So now we're actually gonna do makeup. Now, the thick and thin eyebrows just look really dumb, so we'll stick with normal eyebrows. However, instead of platinum blonde, we are also going to make those gold, so they at least match. And then, I am actually going to go with, where is it? There's actually some really cool ones, like Star-Studded and Lovely Hearts. Burning Passion's pretty nice, but just looks kind of creepy. The multicolor swirl looks like the old Windows Ball of Death. I'm actually going to go with Lavender Ice. Simply because I think it's the most gray-toned one that looks like steel. Because gray, honestly, to me, looks like crap. So we're going to go with Lavender Ice, and again, gold tinted eyebrows, and the eyebrows are just staying normal because I will never change those. I think the other ones look dumb. Now we're going to reprint our league card. This is another clothing shop that I really didn't actually mean to come in, although you see Sonya's in there. We are going to talk to this guy to get the free TR focus energy. And so we can learn what TRs are. Then we are going to come all the way up here. And that's not the store I was thinking it was. This side? This one? Yeah. Alright, and this will give us a set of high-tech earbuds, which will allow us to control the sound volume for various things. Which is the entire reason I wanted them. Also, there's our league card. We've caught 5 Pokemon, found 0 shinies. We've seen 8 Pokemon for our Pokedex, and basically have nothing else done. Also, if you want it for whatever reason, I will quickly share my card. There's the code for my card, should you actually want it. I will probably post my cards code again later on once I've done more stuff and got a better card. But for now, there's the code, should anyone actually want it. Now, I'm actually going to go in and change the text speed to fast, because I forgot to do that. Automatically send to boxes. Pokemon cries, I'm going to turn down to 4. Background music, I'm going to turn up to 10. Sound effects can go to 7. And I'm going to leave that set the way it is, just because. Okay, there we go. Now, we've actually got the background music and everything, so we can hear it and not hear the Pokemon cries all the time because they're annoying. Although I may actually turn the background music down to 9. I'm not entirely sure yet. Whatever he gives you there is based on your starter. If you choose Grookey, he gives you a Miracle Seed. If you choose Sobble, he gives you a Mystic Water. And if you choose Scorbunny, he gives you a piece of charcoal. Also, this is Ball Guy. He will give you a special Pokeball every time you talk to him. And after your champion and everything, he will actually give you his league card, which is weird and creepy, and yeah. I love how he says the entire world will be watching, but there's literally no other region that actually pays attention to Galar. And in the Isle of Armor expansion, if you give Watts to help build up the dojo, one of the things they try to do is get champions from other regions, and the developers legitimately put in a line saying no other region's champion would come to Galar because it's simply too far. Which is hilarious, being as Galar is based on Great Britain, and Gen 6 was based on France, which means they'd literally be like 4 hours from each other. So that's Beatty. He's a dick. Also, I finished my first game fuel, so I need my second one. Well, what came over Leon was this idiot's his brother, and I'm actually worth endorsing, so, you know, reasons. Now, for my sword one, I actually went with my favorite number of 13. However, for this one, I'm actually going to go with 102, simply because it is my current number of followers. So, being as I'm at 102 followers, that's why we went with 102 for my number. Now, there are some items you can pick up around town, but I kind of want to get to a point where we're not stuck in so much dialogue. So I'm kind of just trying to rush the story a little here. And being as I can only catch up to level 20 Pokemon right now, I can't actually get Kufant. Because their minimum level, I think, is like 23. So I need to go get at least one gym badge before I can go hunt for Kufant. You can give me the short version, because I don't want to listen to the long version. Especially because I know I have battles I have to deal with. Because I have to deal with Team Yell for the first time here. So, luckily, I did overtrain a bit, so we should have no problem fighting these guys. Razor should be able to beat these guys pretty easily, being as they're like half our level. The problem we're actually going to end up having later is catching our next couple of Pokemon, because Razor is going to essentially murder everything that it hits. I knew I was going to need Razor to be strong enough to survive basically as my sole Pokemon for a while, so I kind of went a little heavy-handed with its training. So so a lot of these early fights are going to be pretty easy. Later game is going to be much more difficult because while I will have more Pokemon, they are all going to be Steel type. And Hop finally decided he was going to step in and help, and still managed to somehow be completely useless. Hey, he actually took Nick out. Hop was actually useful for a change. Holy crap. Miracles do happen. However, you'll also notice that Wooloo, basically got almost half killed by that Snarl. I do think I'm going to turn that music back down a little. It is a bit higher than I wanted. The sound settings I set up were actually what I use on Sword, which I don't stream much, so I prefer having the background music higher. Okay. So I'm actually going to turn this down to... let's try 8. Okay. Okay, so on to opening ceremonies. we have this stupid cutscene. Cinematic, whatever you want to call it. Okay. So, there are 2 unique gym leaders. That are exclusive to Shield and are different for Sword. Being the Ghost and Ground type, or Ghost and Ice type. Ghost and Ice, I think. Sword has fighting and ground, I believe, or fighting and rock. I don't remember which one. Whereas Shield has Ghost and Ice, I believe. So, being as that is the case, we will not be seeing the ground type, which is one of the reasons I actually decided to go with Steel. Had this had the ground type gym in it, I would have most likely went with either dark or a different type. Probably dark or possibly fairy, but fairy's a little hard to get Pokemon for early game. I actually need to turn the internet off so I don't get those stamps and don't have people running around when I'm in the wild area. So, now what we're going to do is 2 things. First off, we're going to come over here and talk to Hop. And, you know, of course, battle him, because why wouldn't we? So, Razor is going to be getting a lot more experience than we really want him to right here, because we've got to beat all 3 of his Pokemon that are all roughly level 10. So I'm going to go for 3 Hone Claws and then basically just Power Trip. Alright, and that's 3 Home Claws. Granted, we've only got 2 attack boosts, but we do have 3 accuracy boosts. So we're currently rocking 5 boosts right now. And I'm actually going to Hone Claw one more time, I think. So we'll have a total of 7 boosts up. 3 attack, 4 accuracy. Okay, 2 attack boosts and 4 accuracy. So we've got 6 boosts, and then we're going to drop a Power Trip. And we're basically just going to Power Trip everything at this point. I'm surprised his Grookey outspeeds us. But yeah, his Wooloo is 11, his Grookey is 14, and I believe his Rookedy's, I want to say 10 or 12. So, luckily, we were a decent level higher than him, so we didn't actually get too much experience. We did get close to leveling, but... And we do get his league card, which is kind of cool, I guess. Now, the real reason I did that was so I could get the money from him. So I could come over here. Actually, that's not where I need to go. That's the inn. It's down here, actually. Nope. I'm trying to remember where the store I want is. Might actually be this building now that I think about it. Nope. Can't go in that building. Let's grab this real quick. That raises the power of normal moves. I don't have any normal moves, so it's not really useful. This is the train station, by the way. So, if I actually want to go to Wedgehurst Station, I can from here. I know the store I want's around here. Here it is. Ha, found it. This is the store I wanted. So this is the uniform shop. What we're going to actually be wearing is this one, but as you can see, I need a lot more money to get it.
So what we're gonna do is go back up to the Pokemon Center and get 18 grand, which honestly isn't actually as hard as it sounds. Well, okay, technically we're going to the train station because there's a store in here, but okay. Now, we don't have any treasures. However, we do have TRs, which you can't sell TMs. You can, however, sell TRs as well as ingredients. And being as you can, through raid battles and finding the items in the wild area, as sparkles on the ground, get an infinite amount of both of those. The other thing we're going to get rid of is, honestly, we could get rid of some of our berries, but that's inefficient. So I'm actually going to get rid of all 5 of these. And then probably Pokeballs. Because I can get rid of 11 Pokeballs to finish getting the money I need. And that'll basically, again, put us at 0 money once we buy the uniform. Which means if we do happen to lose, we won't really lose that much money. Also, this guy's a jerk. So, we want the steel uniform. And now we need to go change, which means we have to go back to the stadium, being as there's nowhere to change in that store for some reason. Also, there's a nugget there, by the way, if you don't want to sell the stuff I did, because, you know, that's 5 grand. But I can actually change over here. I forgot there was a clothing store here. So we're going to change into our steel uniform. We could also wear our challenger uniform and just wear this permanently. We will still wear the challenger uniform in the official gym challenges and stuff, but for our normal clothes, we'll be wearing the steel uniform. And we do have Leon's, look, hat because reasons. So all of our other stuff is now steel type. There is some more stuff we can get later. That goes with this that you just have to buy individually from specific stores that doesn't count as part of the uniform itself. So we now have our steel uniform. I actually, on my sword, wear the poison uniform simply because I like the color scheme of it. But now that all that's taken care of, away we go.
And, oh look, more stuff to sell. Not what I'm looking for, not what I'm looking for. 3 heal balls. Now, her we have to fight. So, we're kind of just stuck fighting her. There's no way to actually get past her without fighting her. And we can get Clink on this route, technically. However, I don't actually have a desire to get Clink. The next Pokemon we're going to be getting is actually going to be Meowth, which will be on Route 4. If I was going to use one, which I don't think I am, I would grab a Drillbur in the Galar Mines, which is the next area after this, so I could get him trained up to Excadrill. But honestly, I don't think I'm gonna worry about that. For the 6th spot on my team, because we'll obviously have Corviknight, Berserker, Aegislash, Copperajah, and Duraludin. The 6th spot on my team, I'm thinking I will probably end up grabbing either Pharaoh Seed or Durant. No, I actually have no intention of using Steelix. I'm, one, trying to stay away from the early generations, other than Meowth, obviously, for Berserker. And two, I know that you can just blatantly abuse both Excadrill and Steelix, so I don't really want to use them. Now let's see how well I can actually dodge all these fights, because I don't really want to get into them. But yeah, Steel was actually what I decided on because of a couple of reasons. The main reason is it is the type that they kind of pushed more in this generation, adding quite a few steel types, as well as turning several of the regional variants into steel types. There's also the fact that I wanted to go with a slightly harder type to acquire, and most steel types end up being late game Pokemon or very strong Pokemon to begin with. So you have a much harder time finding low level versions of them to get. Most notably being Duraludin. I mean, I can get Duraludin in the wild area, but it's like a 1% spawn rate and is like minimum level, I think, 30. So I'll need probably at least 2 gym badges before I could even try and catch one. And if I wanted to get it in its normal area outside the wild area, it's like right before the second to last badge. It's super late game. Dang. She didn't quite turn the way I wanted her to. The reason I'm actually avoiding the trainers here is because I want to keep as many of them for training Meowth as I can. Unfortunately, there are a couple of steel Pokemon I would like to use that I just can't. Simply because the only way I could actually get them in the game is by cheating. At least in terms of the challenge. Which is part of the reason why I'm thinking my 6th Pokemon will either be Durant or possibly Escavalier if I can manage to get one, but that requires trading. If I do decide something other than Bug Steel, I'll probably go with Grass Steel and get a Pharaoh Seed. But, my original thought for my 6th Pokemon was to use Melmetal, but that would require me actually getting one on Pokemon Go and then moving it over, which, in my opinion, is cheating. My goal for this is to actually do it with the Pokemon that you can naturally obtain in the game. Which unfortunately also removes a bunch of the Pokemon from Isle of Armor and the previous generations. I mean, I would love to use an Alolan Owen Doug Trio for this, but the only way to get it is transfer it over from an older game or get it on Isle of Armor. And getting it on Isle of Armor is a giant pain in the butt. Have you gotten to the point where the guy asks you to find all of his Diglett yet? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, if you find the Diglett, as you find them, he gives you rewards for various numbers that are Alolan variants of Pokemon, as well as one of them being an Alolan starter. The problem is the Alolan Diglett is the very last one he gives you. You literally have to find all 151 Diglett to get an Alolan Diglett. I finally finished finding them 2 days ago on stream. It took me forever. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. I forgot about the Cantonian Slowpoke. Which makes no sense to me, but I've never understood the name being Cantonian for the Gen 1 Pokemon for their regional variants when it makes no sense to call them that when they're literally like that in every region besides the one that has the variant. I mean, Ponyta is a great example. I mean, Ponyta in every region you can get it in is fire type, except for Galar. So it makes sense to call the one in Galar Galarian. The rest of them should just be regular Ponyta. It makes no sense to call it a Cantonian Ponyta. Because it could technically just as easily come from, like, Hoenn. Yay, Beatty! I love how we still have yet to learn his name, and all of his dialogue up to this point has question marks for his text box name, but it actually tells us his name when it does his introduction there at the start of the fight. It actually does say Pokemon Trainer BD, when we have no way of knowing that. This is going to be very risky going for a second Hone Claws here, because if I get confused, I'm going to basically murder myself. Okay, at this point, because he uses basically all Psychic Pokemon right now, I should be able to pretty much just one-shot his entire team from this point on. This is also why I recommend anyone starting out on the game gets a Rookity, is simply because it learns Hone Edge and Power Trip very low level. And I actually know, because I did it once with my Rookity on Sword. If you actually Hone Claws 5 times and then use Power Trip, you can actually one-shot the Dynamax I can't remember what Miles' last Pokemon is, but the first gym leader, you can actually one-shot without Dynamaxing his Dynamax Pokemon with 5 Hone Claws and a Power Trip. Okay, so now we go ahead and we will get our second Pokemon. Okay, there's at least 3 Oranberries on the ground. Hey, exactly what I'm looking for. Hi, Meowth. So, the goal here is to catch Meowth without dying, which is not exactly the easiest task in the world. Okay, one more pluck, as long as it doesn't crit, should be fine. Now, we are getting into dangerous territory, though, since it started using Hone Claws. So, it's going to start doing increasingly strong damage. One, two, three. Cool. And luckily, it's only 2 levels, or no, 3 levels. It's 3 levels behind Razor. I would have actually preferred it be female for the nickname, but... Oh, go away, Electrike. Yay, good crit, good crit. Alright, now let's switch these guys around so we can train Iron Kitty. Which we're gonna do by... That is not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. I'm simply going to fly back over here to Route 3. That way I can... How do you lose anything to a Wimpod? I mean, you literally, like, breathe on it and they run away. Oh, well, what was he trying to catch a Wimpod for? They're so useless. Although that is one Pokemon challenge I have tried to do once. And got like halfway through the game and decided I just was done with it. Because Nuzlocke just did not interest me. I forced myself halfway through Sinnoh. The Gen 4 games. I forced myself halfway through the game in a Nuzlocke, and just in the end was like, oh my god, this is just so tedious and annoying. That's when I switched to doing other types of challenges.
The funnest challenge I've actually done is my monotype I did for white 2. White 2 I did an ice type monotype. And that was interesting. There are not a whole lot of ice types in that game, by the way. I don't really worry about my following much. I kind of just do whatever I want. I had worried about my following for a little while, and did kind of focus on specific games, such as Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville. I streamed a huge amount of that for quite a while, and got probably, I don't know, like 15, 20 followers from it. But I found myself becoming disinterested in streaming when I was focusing solely on what my followers wanted to watch and would actually come watch. So I kind of just switched to streaming whatever I feel like, and if I get viewers and followers from it, great. If not, I'm having fun, so I don't care. Thank you. I can understand that. VRC is one of those things that people want to watch, but there really aren't a whole lot of people streaming it per se. My problem is I have no desire to do anything VR right now. And that's just because I don't really have any desire for VR. I did try VR and Beat Saber and a couple of shooting VR games at Con last year, but honestly, it's just meh. I didn't particularly care for it. That's true. The biggest problem I had with VR was I just don't care for the interactivity of the whole motion capture stuff. If it was a full immersive or full dive, whatever term you want to use for it, VR system, I might actually be more interested. I mean, if it was, Sword Art Online style, yeah, I'd probably go for it, but I really have no desire for VR as it is currently.
I'm not a huge fan of VR stuff outside of VR either, simply because I don't really feel like it's the right medium for it. I think they really try to make the stuff for VR specifically, so I think it kind of loses something in a desktop or console type setting. And the D&D stuff, well, I do enjoy D&D. I prefer to actually know the people I play D&D with before I start playing. Simply because, honestly, I'd rather know and have some idea how my other party members are going to react to certain situations rather than having to guess because it's somebody I don't know who lives in, like Germany or something. Most of the time when I play D&D, I know how the other people in my party are going to react when I do something absolutely insane. That's true. It wouldn't be a bad thing for us to get together either on the computer and do with everything going on currently. I mean, a great example of wanting to know what my party members will react like, as opposed to it being more random, was a game me and my sister and some of our friends played way back when it was. I think we were playing version 2 or something. It was ages ago. I don't even think we were up. I don't even think it was up to 3 point yet. Um, but I was playing a chaotic neutral ranger, and the quest we went on for this town ended up being a lot more difficult and drawn out than they originally made it out to us. So when we got back, having successfully completed what they wanted us to do, I basically demanded the mayor give us like twice what the town had offered us as a reward, and when he disagreed, I shot an arrow through his ear. If I tried that online, the entire party would basically like hang me, but I knew exactly how everyone in the group would respond to it. I did get banished from town, and you know, they fixed everything with the town and got the reward, but that wouldn't really go over well with random people who don't know me. Nice. Impressive. back here. I want to battle your Pikachu. The last game I actually played was 3.5, and I was a bard ranger working on learning necromantic songs so I could conjure demons and miscellaneous other undead things from the underworld. Because I really wanted to have an army of demons that answered my singing, because I thought it would be fun and entertaining. I'm not sure whether that's actually better or worse. A succubus with morals just doesn't sound that entertaining. A strength-based bard. Okay, then. I mean, charisma makes sense, but strength? Although that ranger's stats, oddly enough, of his highest stat was intelligence and I want to say endurance. Yeah, but that's not necessarily saying a whole lot. I mean, demons aren't very choosy when it comes to spouses. I mean, they'll generally go with whoever kills their previous spouse, just based on strength, so... I actually think it could be pretty interesting if we actually got everybody to sit down and did a D&D game with a Shonen Jump background. So it was more manga based than actual D&D based. Also, how dare you confuse me, you stupid Butterfree. This is very bad considering I have 2 Hone Claws up. Really? Oh, I know. I think it'd just be interesting if we just did it as completely open, no restrictions on which one you pull from, to see who everybody goes with for the base for their characters, which manga they would choose. Or anime, I guess, if we wanted to include that. Okay, you can stop hitting yourself and get out of the confusion anytime now. Personally, for me, I'd probably either go with... Oh, see, I wouldn't go for either one of those. I would probably go for Sword Art Online or One Piece, actually. Depending on whether I wanted to use a swordsman or not. Wow. Holy crap. What the hell? Oh yeah, I was... If you're wondering what that was about, I was looking at Telegram, same as you were. Yeah, I think I'd be upset in that situation. Charge $300 for a $30 bottle of liquor. Um, yeah, it'd be close to about half of mine. So I would definitely be upset. Yeah, but do you get paid weekly or bi-weekly? Yeah, I get paid bi-weekly, that's why. So it would actually end up being about out the same. I just I just get it paid every other week, so it's, you know, like double your paycheck. Oh God, no, no. The last factory job I had, I made I think 17 an hour, and that was low end. Cause I did abrasive blasting, and that's 17's low end for abrasive blasting. I know a lot of places offer like 20. Oh yeah, I feel you. Um, mine was mine was industrial size stuff and a lot of military contracts, so larger vehicles and like steel storage tanks and stuff. So I basically took a fire hose and sprayed steel grit at the parts to get them ready for paint, and was inside essentially a giant steel box. If it was like 80 degrees outside, inside the blast booth was like 110. It's it's absolutely horrible. The only plus side to it was the fact that the airline to the helmet had a cooling system built into it, so it cooled the air when it was blowing in the helmet. That and the safety gear was just annoying because having to wear full like weird nylon polyester blended safety suit crap is hot as hell. I swear there were some days I'd come out of there for lunch or break, ache, and seriously consider just pulling my shirt off to wring the sweat out of it. Now, if I start getting too warm, I just go, oh, stock stuff in the cooler. since our cooler at QD is kept at 36 to 40 degrees. It's nice and cool in there. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I know there's one more trainer, but I also know that I need to heal. Ugh. Go away, fly. Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. A lot of automotive and manufacturing in general just are terrible to their employees, so they don't really keep good ones. No, not sell, buy. I still don't have what I want. Never mind. You're useless to me. Let's see if I can win the lottery. Nope. Yay, the first time in 6.5 months since I've lost the lottery. And only because I'm not playing on sword. I'd rather have fake out than scratch. Okay. That'll work. Wow, wow, wow. Yay, X attacks I'm never gonna use. Yeah, don't care. Doesn't surprise me. Michigan is surprisingly hot for what people expect. Poison. Flying. Water. Leaf stone. There's grass. Fire. I'm either doing this right or I'm doing it backwards. One or the other. I think I did it backwards. I think I needed to go grass, water, fire. Yeah. Hawaii, Florida, even like the coast of Texas is a lot cooler than people actually think it is. Everyone thinks, oh, Hawaii's volcanoes and tropics and super hot. They don't think about the fact that the ocean is freezing. Yay, we got the expert belt. I mean, Hawaii, yes, can get warm, but at the same time, it's generally fairly mild and temperate, simply because it has ocean breezes, which are absolutely freezing most of the time. Yeah, that's the problem, is we have lake effect, which creates a lot of humidity, and also can create a lot of wind. But it's the same as Hawaii and Florida and stuff in that regard. The coastlines create wind and stuff, but we don't have the cool water to help offset the temperature, so it's a hot wind. Also, at this point, we're going to basically be exclusively using Meowth for a while, till basically Rookity evolves. Well, okay, it's not actually Rookity anymore, but until you fully evolve to Corvisquire or Corviknight instead of Corvisquire, I probably won't use him again, simply because he does not currently have the Steel type. Although I actually need to double check Meowth, because I don't remember his evolution requirement for Berserker. It's been so long since I evolved him. Oh, it's just straight leveling. Okay, that's fine. It's the Galarian one that requires friendship. I did a few earlier, and I probably will eventually, simply because it'll be a quicker way to level up my later Pokemon to catch up to my other ones. I knew the first couple Pokemon I could catch without much issue for leveling difference. However, as I get farther into the game, I'm going to have to really level my Pokemon up to make up the fact that I'm going to be catching lower level Pokemon than what I'm using. Because, like, I do plan on catching a Koufant and Honedge later on, but they're most likely going to be in their 20s and stuff, and by the time I get around to actually getting to where I can catch them, I'm probably going to be in the mid-30s to 40s. So I'm going to end up having to level them fairly rapidly without doing much fighting, because the stuff I'll be fighting will be too high level. So I'll probably do some raid battles to be able to level them up towards the end of the game. And I have no idea what level I'm going to end up getting Duraludin at. Because a lot of that's going to end up being pure dumb luck to whether I can find one in the wild area that I can catch. Dang. I was really hoping I could sneak past him. I actually just ran up and talked to him when I went through this the first time on Sword. I never tried to sneak past them. Apparently you actually can't. I probably should have actually fake out to there, but eh. I'm not super concerned about it. And there actually are a couple areas I want to do raid battles in, simply because I can get the Pokemon I want as a raid Pokemon in those areas. A good example of that is actually Duraludin. There's a couple areas I can get Duraludin as a raid battle, which will probably be far easier than trying to catch him as a straight-up wild Pokemon in the field, because he's just stupid hard to get to spawn. The same can actually be said for Honedge. If I can find a raid battle for one, I will probably do that rather than try to find one in Hammerlock Hills. Because the Hammerlock Hills Hone Edge is weather dependent. Okay, fine, you go that way. I'll get you after I get the rest of them away from that Yamper. Yes and no. It's like a 1% spawn, but you actually can get Duraludin in the wild area. In the southern part of the wild area, in Giant Steppe, you can actually get Duraludin to spawn as a field Pokemon. I think the lowest you can get him is like 35 or 40, but you have a very low chance of actually spawning him. And by the time you actually can catch him there, you basically are at the point where you can go catch the other one anyways, or close to it. I mean, I won't actually have all 6 of my Pokemon until I'm basically ready to fight Rion for the 8th gym badge. I forgot you run faster than a Wooloo. I may stop in to check out your stream later, depending on how long I stream. I'm not actually sure. I know I do need to get some sleep at Eep tonight, because I have to work at 5 o'clock in the morning, so... Yeah, I'll probably go to bed in like 2-3 hours, so if you're still streaming then I'll probably turn it on while I go to sleep. Although I am gonna probably take a break after the gym so I can go grab some food, because dinner should be done. I love how not one of them just rolls up the stairs here. They just all know to roll into those pens. Hi, Milo. Or Milo, however you pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced both ways, so I don't know. I don't really care. So, the first step here is to immediately fake out, and then go for 3 or 4 hone claws, and then just metal claw everything. Okay, so we've got 2 hone claws up now. I may actually just go for 5. I don't know. Three hone claws. I mean, if I was actually using Corva Squire, 4 or 5 hone claws, and then Power Trip would basically murder all of his Pokemon without a problem, Dynamaxed or not. Alright, 1 more hone claw. Okay, now we should be pretty much good to basically one-shot all of his Pokemon. Nope. Nope. We're tough as weeds. You basically are a weed. Come on then, it's Dynamax time. You're about to be uprooted. Yeah, I don't really care. I'm going to basically kill you whether you're Dynamaxed or not, without Dynamaxing, because I don't need to. It's our Dynamax move. Max Overgrowth. Wow, it actually one-shot me with Max Overgrowth. Fine. See, if I'd had 4 home claws up there, I would have totally one-shot it. Unfortunately, Iron Kitty didn't get any experience because he fainted. I could have revived him, but it wasn't worth wasting the turn to revive him. Yeah. That only lets us go up to 25, so I might be able to get Kufant, but I think it would be very close. And I think the same for Honedge. I think it would be very close to their limits for whether I could get them or not. And I'm not going to guarantee they aren't above 25. They might actually be 26 or 27. So, probably go to the wild area to check, after a short break, though, while I go get dinner and be back. I should only be gone maybe 10 minutes. I don't plan on being gone that long. I promise I won't be gone half an hour like I was earlier.
Okay, so I'm back. Um, my mic is gonna be muted for a couple minutes while I'm eating my hot dogs, um, and burger. But so I'm gonna continue playing, but I will be eating, so my mic is going to be muted. Okay. Now I'm done wolfing down some food. Oh. Excuse me. Oh. Mm. Oh. Felt good. Okay. Because I know this thing can't actually hurt me, I'm doing massive setup so I can one-shot it. Now, I should be good here. I hope. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and Hone Claw one more time just to get at that Destiny Bond to break. Wow, okay. Sure. I was expecting with 5 or 6 Hone Claws that would actually do more damage. Wow, that's some experience. Okay. So let's go ahead and Hone Claw a bunch, just because we can. Drop a 0.8% of my frames. It's actually not bad. Having less than 1% frame drop rate is actually really good, so I'm quite happy with that. Frame rate drop, I should say, if I can actually speak correctly. Okay, barring a crit, this shouldn't kill him. And with Safeguard up, he shouldn't be able to crit. Yeah. So now Metal Claw should be good. Nice. that's not what I wanted to see. Torment, that's not good. That's worse. And that's incredibly bad. Okay, we're probably gonna die. Because you just know this thing is gonna 5-hit. Yup. And of course, if I'd tried that, it would have been a 2-hit. Okay, so I'm gonna alternate Hone Claws and Metal Claw and hope this works. And hope it's stupid and continues to use Torment and Hone Claws and doesn't actually attack me. In theory, with that many Hone Claws, my Metal Claw should kill this turn. Why did I hit run? I'm an idiot. I hit up to go down to Metal Claw, and I hit up before I pushed A, which made it go down to run instead of down to Metal Claw. And this thing has so many Hone Claws up that it can probably one-shot me. Especially if it Fury attacks. Okay, that's good. Managed to get out of that fight. Let's just fly to Wedgehurst. I'll hit the Pokemon Center here, and then go get the Slowpoke in the station. That way, and it'll make Nurse Joy shut up about the rare Pokemon at Wedgehurst Station. Yay, wild slowpoke. Okay. Yay. We got Galarian Slowpoke. Nope. Okay. Never mind. I don't want to go to the Isle of Armor right now. Okay, so I still can't technically catch Pokemon up here. They're still too strong. So fly to the meetup spot. Okay. I do want to try and get Honedge, which means I need to get new raid dens, which means I need to clear some of these out. Or wait till tomorrow. I may actually just do this one and then wait till tomorrow. Because it's actually getting a little late. I may actually head off soon. I do have to work at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is about 8 hours from now. So, that's going to kill me. That's unfortunate. Luckily, there's no way this thing is going to kill 3 more Pokemon. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I think I'm probably gonna head off. Try attack. It's just there. Let's see who's on that looks good to raid. Nod's actually on doing VR chat. I may pop over to his channel and just not worry about throwing a host or a raid to anybody. Doesn't really look like there's anybody doing a whole lot. It's the 4th, so there isn't a whole lot going on. A lot of people are doing fireworks and stuff and family stuff for the holidays, so no, actually do this. or two more raid battles. I don't know. I'm not necessarily super tired. I know I need to get some sleep before, or I have to work tomorrow. So I do know. So I do need to get sleep tonight, but at the same time, I kind of want to keep going with this. Granted, I get out at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll probably take a nap, and then sometime in the afternoon, start streaming again. And since I don't have to work until 5 o'clock Monday night, I can stream for longer, but, I'm not sure. Alright, let's Dynamax X Meows, and then just max Steel Strike it. Yeah, big kitty. Max Steel Spike to the face. That's not gonna do a whole lot. 21, actually more than I thought it would. Granted, it's still dead, but, you know, reasons. Ooh, Bomb Mushroom, that's nice. Citrus Berry is nice, too. I mean, I could technically use my experience candies to boost my Meowth or my Corvisquire to evolve them. But, I don't know. I'm not super concerned about it. Ooh, and it's burned. Nice. It's gonna be dead in a second, so the burn doesn't matter. But nice anyways. Now, I know I just caught a Pit of, but honestly I'll just use it for surprise trading. And, I do eventually plan on having a living dex on Pokemon Home. So I kind of do need at least one of every Pokemon in existence. Ooh, got both the Balm and a Tiny Mushroom off that one. Nice. Getting all that money. Okay, so I've got 3 more raid battles before I've cleared them all. Okay. I'm dozing off a bit, and so I'm spacing. So thanks for watching. I'm gonna head off so I don't fall asleep on stream. Because obviously that would be bad. Um, I do appreciate everyone who came and watched and followed and all that good stuff. I will most likely be back tomorrow after I get out of work and probably take a short nap. Which will probably put it somewhere early afternoonish. Um, I don't necessarily know what plans I have for tomorrow night, for how long I'm going to stream. I'll probably do a morning stream on Monday if I'm awake. If not, I may do a short stream. Um, but I'm not sure. Again, thanks for watching, and I will see everyone next time.